What's up, man?
What's up?
Big fight. Interesting fight technically. Curious about your thoughts leading into this Saturday.
Yeah, which thoughts? About Marlon?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Marlon is a dog. He presses forward. He's a very rooted fighter. His feet are usually on the floor, so he's able to get shots off really quickly. Hits people good on exits, hits people good on entrances. Doesn't mix it up a ton. Definitely kickboxing is his biggest attribute, along with being very durable and just having a hell of a will to win. And yeah, I'm excited to fight him, man. I mean, what's more exciting than two kickboxers, some of the best kickboxers in the division going at it?
Yeah. Do you think this is a fight where you can win almost on volume, right? Because we see sometimes he'll just kind of take a little chill until the very end of the round and then he'll explode with some heavy power, whereas you like to keep active, stick and move. Do you think this is a fight where you can win based on volume?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, the operating system doesn't really change. Their mistakes just kind of change, or their openings kind of change. So I think having a really good style means winning most of the minutes. And then if big shot lands or they give up a submission or whatever, and that happens, then that's great. But I think that my operating process is one of the best in MMA, and I think that that's why it's really exciting to watch, is because I can be extremely offensive and also still make defense the #1 priority, which I think is super unique and really fun to watch, and something that I've worked my ass off to develop. So yeah.
You mentioned his will to win, right? It's good for a fighter to go in knowing that's what they're up against. So is there points in the fight where maybe you've got him hurt or rocked that you have to be able to say, I know this guy's not just going to go away. If I put the pressure on, I need to be careful of what's coming back my way?
Sure, yeah. Marlon's definitely one of those guys where you don't chase finish against that guy. I've fought guys with really tough chins before in my past, and been well, if they fall over, cool. But let's not exert a ton of energy trying to finish a guy that's going to be majorly tough to finish. So that, but also yeah, his will to win just adds another level of excitement for me too. I think that I'm a quiet guy. I'm humble. I don't really dig a lot of the attention I think maybe other people do, which is fine. But I express myself a lot in the cage, and I like expressing that piece of me. I like looking back and watching the Yan fight and the Song fight before the 5th round, and knowing that that's in my heart. That's one of the most fun things for me in this sport, is just being able to express that piece of me, because I don't really do it in everyday life.
You mentioned that you don't necessarily like the attention like that. A couple of guys fighting for the title in May do like the attention.
Yeah.
Is there any sort of part of you that oh wow, Cejudo just gets to walk back in here straight to a title shot? Or you're I get it, I understand that's a marketable fight in theory, but how are your thoughts on that fight?
Yeah, I guess I only have an opinion about the next person fighting for a title if I'm in competition with them for fighting for the title, which I'm kind of not right now. That's really the only time that I have an opinion. As far as them wanting a ton of attention and all of that, I don't really judge people. Their path is their path, and they got to deal with the consequences that they got to deal with, just like I do. There's different styles of living. I think that theirs are a little bit annoying sometimes, but that's just me. I don't want to be if the whole world was like me, quiet and whatever, it'd be a boring ass world, and I know that. So I'm cool with it. Those guys, they're a very integral part of the MMA sport.
Yeah. You never think about mixing it up, bringing out the pillows and
yeah. Just dressing like Kamaru Usman or something.
That'd be cool. I'd like to see that change.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit too pasty for all that. Yeah.
Hey, Cory. Luke Lawhorn here with the Express News. You and Marlon were supposed to fight, a little over a month ago. Has there been any change in your training, or what have you been doing the last, 4 weeks?
Actually, I feel like I got a lot better in those last 4 weeks. Training for me is year round. I don't have hobbies. I don't go and do things. I like camping, but I can really only do that for a night or two before I get really bored. This is everything that I do, man. So the only thing that changes from camp to normal life is just how hard I push. So I just took like a little bit of a down week that week, and then I just jumped right back into training. And I'm actually really grateful that I got those 4 extra weeks because I really do think that I like figured some shit out. But I kind of always feel like I'm figuring shit out because I'm just always there and I think about this shit all the time. So yeah, I'm like okay with it. It didn't really put a damper in anything.
Did you said you got better in those last 4 weeks? What did you see the most improvement in?
I always have so much to improve on. I feel like I became a lot better of a kickboxer in the last 4 weeks. So I'm writing out some instructionals right now because I'm gonna, start hopefully getting those out to some people because I think that my operating process, like I was saying before, I think is one of the best, and I think that actually me writing a lot of those things down made it a lot better for me to figure out what I'm doing. So that was kind of cool, I guess.
Cory, why did the fight get pushed back?
I'm not 100% sure. I think that San Antonio just needed they needed a main event or something. And I think because the fans were asking for us to be in an arena, the UFC did the fans a favor.
Yeah. Obviously, the fans wanted the arena experience to see you guys, fight live, and as well as the crowd adds to the fight. But for you, do you prefer to fight in the Apex, or did you like that?
I hate the Apex. Okay. I don't know if I hate the Apex more than I hate Las Vegas, but I don't like staying on the casinos. It feels like I'm in a concrete hole when I'm in the casinos. So of course I'm grateful because I get to fight in the UFC or whatever. But if I had to choose, I would always choose to not fight in Vegas or at the Apex. Maybe not Vegas, but the Apex.
Yeah. And then speaking about your rival Chito, he's someone that has shown that as the fight goes on, he progressively just gets better and better and even more dangerous. How is it training for that type of opponent? Because usually fighters, for the most part, they kind of lose steam as the fight goes on, right?
Yeah, sure. I think that Cheeto's the type of athlete, the way that he's built is just he's built to go for long periods of time. So that's obviously expected, he's proven time and time again that that's his path to victory. So I just have to make sure that I'm staying really focused. I know that I have a gas tank on me too, I think we're close to sea level here. I'm coming from 5,500 feet. So I always have a gas tank. I'm really good at staying focused, and as long as I have those two things, I don't really foresee anything fucked up happening in the other few fights that Chito had.
And for this fight, obviously you're fighting for the purse to get a victory on your record, but bigger than that, what do you think is at stake here? What does this fight mean for the division?
So I learned after losing to TJ, it was kind of a weird feeling, but I learned that you only get to fight these dudes usually once. 9 times out of 10, you only get to prove that you're better than these guys just once. And that wakes me up now. That wakes me up. So if this, I don't care about really anything other than just beating Chito on Saturday night. That's the only thing that I care about. And it's because I know that the likelihood of me being able to prove that I'm better than this dude is only on one night. So I'm going to go out, fight my ass off. I'm going to do everything that I can to win. I'm going to, if I get to do whatever the hell I want, I'll do whatever the hell I want. I don't anticipate that happening. So I'm going to have to make adjustments. If a dog has to come out of me in order to win the fight, then the dog will come out too. So I'm ready to do whatever I got to do to win, man, because I know that this is my only one crack at beating this guy.
Yeah. I know you're focused on Saturday, but do you feel like this fight can have title implications? I mean, there's so many contenders right now at 135, but do you feel like if you're victorious from here, you can go on to be the next title challenger?
Potentially. I think if I knock him out with some crazy shit, then maybe. But Cheeto's got a chin on him, so potentially. I know that that's not a hell of a promo for you guys or whatever, but I'm not a fucking salesman guy, I'm really good fighter guy. So yeah.
And lastly, you had talked about Sterling and Cejudo. What are your overall thoughts just on Cejudo getting the shot? Because there's like two camps, right? Like he never lost his belt. He's done so much for the sport, right? But at the same time, he hasn't fought in a while. So where are you at on that? Are you okay with him coming in and just getting a title shot?
I guess I'm okay. I mean, I guess I'm like okay with it, but I do think that like you shouldn't be able to just like pop out of retirement and then just fight for a belt. Like that seems a little bit lame to me. You shouldn't have retired in the first place if that was the case. That's my opinion on it. But I like really, as long as I'm not the one that's like competing against Cejudo for the next title shot, which I don't really feel like I am, then I could kind of care less.
I lied. One more. What are you expecting from Cejudo? Because the division has changed so much since he was champion, and in activity, that's also a factor as well. Plus, I think he's like 35 or so. Do you think he'll be champion? Do you feel like he's still a top dog here?
I don't know, to be honest. That's actually like a really interesting fight. You get two guys that are really good at wrestling, and usually what you get is like a not so good kickboxing match, which could be what it is. But I also could see just like Cejudo using his takedowns just to nullify close rounds. I think that will probably be like his path to victory, is he'll just try to like score some takedowns, not really mess around too much with Aljamain on the floor, just do that to like nullify the striking that I feel like is probably going to be pretty close. But yeah, that's a tricky one. I have really no idea what Cejudo's been up to except for making YouTube videos. So yeah, it'll be interesting. I guess we'll see.
Are you a subscriber to his channel?
No. You should see my algorithm. It's really he pops up there every once in a while, and every time I'm like, do not click on that, because the second you click on that, you're just gonna get 5 more of them.
Cory, you seem pretty enthusiastic about fighting here instead of Las Vegas. Is there any more, I don't know, pressure, or are you more hyped for this fight now that you're the main event rather than how you were in Vegas, or?
Yeah, man, I'm really excited, and I'm really grateful that I get to be the main event, for the first time in the U.S., like in front of like a crowd where a bunch of my buddies and family can come. Like that really, really excites me. Also, man, just like coming somewhere other than like Vegas and Abu Dhabi, which is the only places that I've been in the last 3 years, is also really exciting. It like reminds me of like when I first started in the UFC. Like we'd go to this cool city, I'd go like check out a bunch of the areas, we'd like hang out. Like it's just so much more fun going to like a new city, fighting in front of a crowd, and I get to do it as a main event. Like that's incredible for me, and I'm just really grateful to be able to do that. And I want to make sure that I come out and fight my ass off for all the people that are watching.
Have you gotten to do anything around the city yet, or see anything?
No, not yet. Probably, I don't know, maybe later today or tomorrow.
Hi, Cory. What are your thoughts on Merab Dvalishvili and Aljamain Sterling not wanting to fight each other to preserve their friendship? Like, do you kind of understand that, or do you feel like Merab might be shooting himself in the foot by not wanting to fight his friend?
Yeah, I understand it for sure. I honestly think that the both of them are setting a really good example for just like people, like there's maybe things that are more important than being a world champ, like keeping the relationships that you have with people that are really strong, like keeping those, So we'll see when push comes to shove if that's really what they stick with, which I'm really curious to see. But no, man, I commend the both of them for the way that they're approaching this thing. Like you've again, I don't judge, so people in the past that have done it, that's fine. But I think that it's pretty cool that they're conducting themselves in the way that they are in like a really awkward situation.
And what did you make of Merab's performance against Jan? Because he brought in all of the pressure, and he put on a hell of a pace. So what did you make of that performance?
It was badass, man. It was inspiring. The thing that I think makes fighting the best sport in the world is how inspiring it is. It's what I strive to do when I go into the cage. I just want to inspire as many people as I can with my skills, with my hard work, with with my will, with my heart. And Merab had one of those like inspiring performances, and I think that that's great. Like even last week, you see it with Gaethje and Fiziev. It was like that's like an inspiring performance. That's amazing. And then you see like guys like Volk go up a weight class and fight Islam, barely lose. those are like really inspiring things to me. And Merab's fight against Jan was also another really inspiring fight to me. So that's why I love this sport, man. That's what I strive to do for other people too, because I know that like those are things that like I remember, and I think that that's just like a super special thing.
And when people talk about the most stacked divisions, the deepest divisions in the UFC, they look to lightweight, and now they're looking at bantamweight because of the March Madness that you bantamweights have this month. How do you think the bantamweight division stacks up against the lightweight division in terms of name value and talent?
I don't know. I think that the 135 division has like more years in them, you know. I think that as the division starts, like I don't foresee a situation where 135 isn't going to be great in like 2 years, you know, like where I could maybe see that for 155, maybe not. But yeah, they're both really awesome divisions. I'm super excited and grateful that I actually get to be a part of it while it's all like so gigantic, you know, like that's like a really cool feeling for me. So yeah. But yeah, I think that 135 is going to be exciting for years and years and years.
Awesome. Best of luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
Hey, Cory, back here. I got a bit of a lighter-hearted question for you. I think not a lot of people are looking at this fight as the battle of the back pieces. You guys both have pretty extensive back tattoos. How do you think yours stacks up against Cheeto's?
What's on his back?
He's got his was done by Mr. Cartoon, and he's got like a giant rooster and like a clown face kind of thing.
I don't know. To be honest with you, I forget that the thing is even back there, and I got it so many years ago. It's kind of more or less like a religious piece, and I'm not like a very religious guy anymore in like the traditional sense. So, I don't even know that I love mine that much, to be honest. Someone described it once as it looks like a smeared thumbprint on my back on TV. And I thought that was really great because that is exactly what it looks like. So had I had the foresight for that, I probably would have gotten something maybe like a little bit more badass and legible. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't really know. I know that Cheeto has like a black scorpion tattoo on his skull.
Yeah, he's got a big panther now too.
Big panther. Yeah, those are cool tattoos, I guess too. Yeah, honestly, he probably has cooler tattoos. I'll give him that one. He actually definitely has cooler tattoos than I do.
Cory, what does the fight on Saturday mean to you? Obviously, you want to win, but is there, something bigger under the microscope that'll come with a win or even a loss? What can you take away from that?
Like, what does winning mean to me on Saturday?
Right, yeah.
Winning to me on Saturday means I just like racking up W's, man. Like, I just like racking up W's. Like that's the path to like winning the belt, and winning the belt is of course important, but I like inspiring people. I like rising up to challenges, and I like putting on really great fights. I believe that if I do those three things, the belt will happen on its own. But those are like the three main things that really excite me, in my soul.
Just kind of piggybacking off the last question. Obviously you here in San Antonio, we get a few boxing matches, not too much UFC. You kind of have the chance to, kind of pave a new path. If this event goes well, is that something you're thinking about? I guess trying to make this event a success, putting on a good show.
Yeah, absolutely, man. The more people I can inspire to fall in love with MMA, the better. Like, I think this is one of the best sports in the world. I think that, there is like trash talking and, like a culture that is kind of, maybe more or less not my style or what I would support or what I think, honestly, most people would support. Like, if you were raising your kids, you may or may not teach them to, like, talk a bunch of shit like some of the guys in the UFC do. Which, again, I don't judge, but I do think that, like, at its core, martial arts and the UFC is a very honorable path in life to take. And if I can, like, go out, fight in front of a bunch of people in San Antonio and they can fall in love with the sport the same way that I fell in love with the sport when I, went to my first couple shows, that's where I'll never know about it, but that will be worth more than millions to me.
Yeah, the fighter might.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Cool.
That exit? Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Yeah.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Good, good.
What's the emotions leading into Saturday night? How's the camp been? All those usual questions.
Great, man. It's 2 camps back to back now. So, I mean, it was like a week and a half camp for this one. So, it was good.
So you still feeling fresh? I mean, obviously,
Yeah,
get banged up and stuff.
Yeah, fresh, ready to go.
What are we expecting from the opponent on Saturday? Where are your strengths and where are his weaknesses?
I know he's got a lot of stand-up striking skills with the elbows, clinch, knees, everything, and he's pretty good on the ground too. So, I see it. I'm good at all that stuff too. So it's gonna be a good fight.
Meet in the middle and let's see who's better.
Yep, exactly.
Nice one. I mean, it's a bit of a cliche, but if you could give us a prediction on the fight and how you think it goes.
I see the first round, just feeling it out. One of us might land might land a heavy blow. See how it goes from there.
You haven't fought in a while. Why the break?
I had 2 injuries last year, so that set me back a little bit. It wasn't long-term injuries, so I wasn't too beat up about it.
Okay. I don't know if you want to disclose this, but did you have to get surgery on them, or how bad?
No surgery, thank God. But yeah, so I just did rehab a lot throughout the year and got it done.
How was that like an entire year without fighting? Was it refreshing? Did you need the break, or were you kind of?
I mean, it was a lot of just learning new stuff, learning new styles, new people in the gym coming in and out. So it was good. It was actually good for me.
Yeah, and because you were off for some time, are you trying to be like extra busy this 2023?
Definitely. At least 3-4 fights.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I mean, you're taking this as short notice, right? So
yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to kind of be that guy that like, hey, look, UFC, if you need me,
If you need me, I'm here. Yep.
Yeah, nice.
Exactly.
And what do you make of Nate? He's been rising up the division a bit, with his wins and also as a character. Is that someone you had on your radar?
I did. I've seen him and I've seen him fight. And I definitely wanted to fight a guy that he's got the same style, same everything. So yeah, it was definitely somebody that was in my radar.
Nice. And it seems the title unification between Jair Rodriguez and Volkanovski. It seems they're gonna do that sometime in the summer. Curious, just thoughts on what's happening at the top of the division. How do you see that fight going?
I see Volkanovski working a lot, so I think he'll come back. Definitely make a good comeback in that one.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Anna, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Is this your first fight as a mom? First camp and fight?
It's my second baby, so but
okay.
first fight after second baby.
Okay. How is mom life and also, balancing fight life? Have you gotten a good grip of it now?
It's sometimes challenging because motherhood by themselves already hard. To be a mom's very hard. So, but I think it's give me some extra strengths and extra loves, extra support. So I think I found good balance.
Nice. And this fight, I mean, it's a pretty big fight, right? Co-main event, Holm, former champion. How did this fight come together? Do you remember when you got the call, hey, we need you to fight Holm?
I know we will speak a long time about this fight as situation in division, like all girls have fight or someone injured, and we pretty close in ranking. So we was expect this fight. I know she was injured, and I was ready to fight early, but she was injured, and then here we is. Yeah.
Would you say this is the biggest name you've gotten before, or I know you've had other big fights as well? Where would you rank Holm among your previous opponents?
I don't think she's biggest name. I think Chris Cyborg biggest name, but she's sure she's so tough, and I'm like so grateful that I got this opportunity. And like I respect her so much. We trained together a lot, and she was probably first like a big star who I meet when I go to America, and like I'm so grateful for this opportunity.
Yeah. So some fighters care about the name, who they're fighting. Some others, they're just like whoever they put in front of me. Do you like adding sort of those legends, those former champions to your resume?
It's nice, of course, but anyway, every opponent you take serious, you train the same hard, there is nothing changed, you just do your best. But sure, it's nice to beat the former champion.
Yeah. And there's currently no title fight booked in your division. Do you feel like a win here on Saturday could push you to get into those conversations?
I think yes, but I always try to not to look over fight and focus only fight this Saturday.
Thank you.
Hey, Yana. This is obviously going into one of your biggest fights of your career. Have you changed anything in parts of training over the last several weeks and months?
Sure, we changed because of fact that I have now a small baby, but camp was great, and my coach Conan, he prepared Amanda for this fight, so and they had great game plan, so he helped me a lot, and we learned a lot of things together. Before I think I had problem to work with Selpa, but this camp I feel so confident.
Did you train with Holm like a few years ago, and how did that go?
Yeah, we trained together 6 years ago. We train a lot, spar a lot, and I think it's like we don't have anything between us. I have only respect to her before, after fight, but I not take this personal, and still gonna bring my best in octagon. I think it's nice things, and which we both changed in these 6 years. So I don't think it's gonna affect anything.
And what are your emotions like fighting in front of a packed house in San Antonio? Like, what's it like to fight in front of fans again?
My last fight was in front of a lot of people too, and yeah, I think all fighters miss these things, miss this energy. I think it's nice.
Awesome. And what's gonna be your walkout song on Saturday?
Believer. I think from second fight in UFC, I'm using this song, and I will keep it.
By Imagine Dragons, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
How do you see your two styles kind of matching up, especially since you guys are familiar with each other? Do you think you have a certain upper hand in some areas?
I think it's great matchup. I know when we spar in gym, a lot of time people around say that we have to pay you girls to see how you fight because we got crazy. I think that's great style matching each other. We both like to strike, like to go forward, aggressive. I think it will be so excited.
Just one more question. As you said, there's no title fight booked in your division right now. Do you feel anybody in particular deserves next up against Amanda Nunes?
Yeah, I think Irene Aldana deserve, but except this fight that this thing that she didn't make weight twice. I don't know when last time she made weight, probably 3 years ago. But she won her like fights, and I think she deserve. There is also Juliana waiting, I know, but it will be third fight in a row. And I don't feel it's so fair. And there is some other girls, Raquel Pennington too. She fought great last fight. So it depends how UFC gonna decide. I'm not like so much looking like I want to be next. No, I'm focused on Saturday.
Yeah. And we've seen in the women's divisions, we've seen the belt change a lot. At 115, we recently changed at 125. Amanda Nunes is sort of the only established champion now. How long do you feel like she'll hold on to the belt? It seems like all these divisions are prospering and catching up to the champion.
Yeah, but we just saw that one fight ago she lost her belt. Not for long, but it's
Right, well,
happened.
she
So I
did that.
think it shows that everyone beatable.
Thank you.
Yana, does having you said this is your second baby, right? That you've had. Does having a fight right after having a baby, does it give you any more motivation than you would already have?
For sure, it's giving extra motivation, but also I think it's physically, it's a natural thing that woman getting extra strength after having baby. I don't know how like other, but it's what I feel. I feel more strong than before.
Do you have a prediction for Saturday?
I'm sure it will be a good fight, but it's always very hard to make any prediction.
Hi, Maycee. Welcome back. Am I right in saying that this is the first fight on a brand new contract?
It is.
How was the negotiations, and did you feel valued when they came to the table and with the money you're getting now?
Yeah, I'm very happy with it. I got to talk with Hunter and Mick, and we sat down and talked, and it was very good, and I'm extremely happy with where we are. And to be honest, like, all I wanted to do was re-sign. You know, I think it was kind of like a little bump that we had, like, overlooked it, because I took a fight, like, really fast before even renegotiating. You know, I went from fighting Montana to fighting Jessica in, like, I think it was like 7 weeks. So there was really no time for negotiation, and it just happened to land on my last fight. But I mean, at the end of the day, all I wanted to do was re-sign and come back.
Yeah. Do you see yourself as like a UFC lifer? Like, you don't anticipate yourself ever going elsewhere? You want to be here for the rest of your career?
I mean, this is the biggest organization in the world, so yeah.
What do we make of Andrea Lee and her skills, and where do you match up with her?
I think it's a great matchup. You know, it's a great matchup for me, and I'm very excited to go out and showcase. And I think that this is a fight where I go out and I finish. I've come off of 3 decision wins in my last 3 fights, and I'm like, it's about time I get a finish. So that's what I think about this fight.
When you say you're looking for the finish, obviously you always are, right? But is that something in your head you're like, I'm going to change my training to try and find it, or I just see this opponent as someone that I can get out of there?
I think a little bit of both. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, that's what I love to do, is finish people. But for me, you know, I mean, the training is just, we're going to train to be the best in the world. And, you know, we're not just training for this fight. We're training for the champion of the division. We're training for the best girls in the division. And I'm not saying that she's not. She's a great girl in this division. But for me, it's like, I want to be the best me possible. So I'm always training to finish and also evolve my own game.
You mentioned the champion of the division. Bit of a shake-up up there. What did you make of Alexa Grasso?
For sure. I felt like, you know, Alexa, that was not like a shock to me. You know, she's a phenomenal fighter. And I feel like Valentina started to get exposed a little bit when she fought Santos. And I mean, everybody is beatable. So it was really cool to see, you know, a whole new champion in the division. I think it gives it, you know, a lot more excitement in the division. But it also is, you know, Valentina was such a dominant champion. So obviously I'm sure we're expecting a rematch at some point between them. And then, you know, at some point I want my shot back against Alexa, because I want to win that back. Whether she's the champ or not, I want that fight back.
Any part of you a little bit jealous you weren't the one to dethrone Valentina?
No, I think that no matter where it is, like, I think all of us are going after the same goal. You know, we all want to be the best in the world. So someone else gets their time to shine, that's their time to shine. You know, it's not my time to shine yet. So I am never going to be jealous or mad that someone else got to dethrone the champ, you know, because there's always going to be, you know, another cycle, another champ to dethrone. So I am honestly happy for Alexa, and I think that it's a very great thing, you know, and she's earned it. She's worked really hard, and she's earned it.
Cool, thank you.
You mentioned, you know, you talk about the title fight. Do you expect an immediate rematch? Do you feel like Shevchenko deserves one?
You know, that's not really up to me. I think that every champion, when they lose their belt, I think that that's the first thing they want, is they want to be able to try and get their belt back. I know that if I was in Valentina's position, I think that's what I would want too, you know, so I think it makes sense. That's what would make sense.
Yeah. If the UFC does go that route, do you feel like Shevchenko will recover her belt, or will we still be champion with Alexa Grasso?
That's a hard one, because I mean, you know, Valentina is good. She's really, really good. But it you know, she got caught. I think she's has some holes, and Alexa was able to expose those. So if Alexa knows that those holes are there, then she's going to be able to expose them again.
Yeah. Who would you rather fight for the belt? Grasso or Shevchenko?
Honestly, it doesn't matter to me. I do want that fight back with Alexa, but like I said, it was whether she's the champ or not. So, I mean, if she has the belt and that's when it comes time, then I want her. And if Valentina's back to being the champ, then I want her, you know? But, I mean, at the end of the day, like, I still have my journey to the top, and right now I think I'm currently number 13, you know? So I have to work my way up again.
Yeah. And it's interesting. You say you want that fight back regardless of the belt. Why is that?
Because I came off of a year layoff and ACL surgery, and I lost the first round, but I won the third round. You know, I feel like if that was a 5-round fight, I would have won that fight. And I think there's a lot of people that could agree, but at the same time, I lost that fight, so obviously I want that back.
Yeah. And if you win on Saturday night, it'll put you at 4-0 in this current streak. You mentioned you're number 13, but 4-0 is a pretty good position to be in the division. So how far do you think you are from a title, and more or less what do you gauge your position in the division?
I think the rankings are all politics. So for me, you know, being 13, I'm like, that's fine. You know, if I'm number 13, it doesn't matter to me. I'm getting paid and I have a great contract. So I'm happy with working my way back up. But at the same time, you know, I think it's also about the noise you make in the division and how you push yourself and how you project yourself as a fighter that is really going to push you. And also the performances, you know. Not to bring her up, but if you take a look at Erin Blanchfield, you know, she fought one fight and now she's right up there, you know. So good job on her. But like, that's what I mean. Like, one fight can put you so far forward. So it's just really a matter of, you know, the right fights and the next fight, you know, after this finish.
Yeah. And your only 2 defeats were, you know, against Roxanne Modafferi, where you suffered that knee injury, and then you mentioned how you feel like the layoff and coming off that big knee injury affected you in the fight against Grasso. Was that the biggest thing for those 2 defeats? You think, not to make excuses, but do you feel like the injury was sort of the biggest factor in those?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. The one with Alexa Grasso, I'm not going to take anything away from her. Like I said, she's a great fighter. That was not a fight that I was ready for at the time. I took it because I'm not going to turn down a fight, you know. But at the same time, the fight with Roxanne, I mean, I tore my ACL in like the first round of the fight, and I went all 3 rounds, but like I still lost. You know, it was really hard. I fought off one leg. So that one, I never really was like super bitter about that one, you know. And then the fight with Alexa, I think that's the one where I felt like I was like, dang, like I lost, you know, like that was a feeling of that. But I was proud of the fact that I won that 3rd round, and that is what made me want it back.
Yeah. And I'm assuming you re-signed for 4 fights?
I actually have 6-fight deal.
6 fights.
Yeah.
Okay. If we look at sort of contracts as chapters in someone's career, what are you looking out? What are you looking forward to getting out of this chapter, this 6-fight deal? What are you trying to achieve within those 6 fights?
Chasing that belt, you know, I mean, that's the end goal. And just setting myself up with a strong career. I mean, I'm 24, and this is, I think, my 9th fight in the UFC. I mean, that's pretty incredible to me. So just keeping that story going, you know, I've really tried to build my name and build my story, and I think that's, you know, what this contract is going to really help me progress towards, and I'm, you know, just really thankful and grateful to be here, and I'm excited.
Thank you.
Hi, Maycee. Is this your first time fighting in Texas? And what's the vibe like fighting in San Antonio, of all places?
It's not. I actually fought in Dallas and Houston. I think I fought twice in one of them and once in the other. And this is my first time in San Antonio. So far, I haven't gotten to look around a lot because it's been a little bit rainy and stuff. But, you know, for me, it feels kind of quiet and slow. And I like that, you know, because it really gives us time to just focus on what we're here to do. But I do know that the Texas crowd is incredible. And I'm so excited to be able to go out and perform in front of them. This is my first fight in like a different state other than Vegas since 2019. So I'm very excited.
Is it kind of weird to fight, you know, like, you know, there's no casinos over here. It's not Vegas, but, you know, is it kind of weird to not be fighting in Vegas this time around?
No, you know, I really loved it, you know, before COVID when we got to go and travel and see the different places. You know, obviously, like, I don't know how I feel about traveling like across country and weight cutting, but I definitely love I've been to Boston, I've been to Nashville, and this is Texas, you know, like I love traveling to see the crowd and to see the fans, because like every time we go to Vegas, we go back to the same, what feels like the same fan base, you know, the same crowd, you know, you're always going to get a lot of people that return there, and just to feel the different energy and the different vibe of the fans it's so much fun. And it's something that I feed off of.
And how do you envision getting your hand raised on Saturday?
I'm going to dominate everywhere and shine.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Maycee, back here. Quick question, like, what is it like for somebody when they come back after a serious knee injury like you had? Because we saw Casey O'Neill make her comeback fight after, I think it was 9 months. She had just had surgery on her knee, and I mean, she didn't look like the Casey O'Neill in the previous fight. So is it like mentally draining? Are you nervous when you get back there when you come off a knee surgery like that?
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, and obviously I can't speak for every athlete because everybody's different, but I think the thing that I struggle with the most is like, it's such a traumatic injury, and then you have your knee hacked to pieces, and like when they fix you up, that you're just like, it's hard to trust that it's good, like even when the doctors are like, you're good, it still feels like, even to this day, my knee still like clicks and pops, and I still have like spots where it's numb. So it's one of those things where like you have to really learn to trust in the medical field and the people that are in place to tell you, hey, you're good to go. And that's something that, like, for me, I didn't do all the way up until, like, even when I was in the cage, I'm like, oh man, is it gonna buckle? Is it gonna this? And also, I don't know how she tore her knee, but for me, like, I tore my knee in the fight. So there was also that, like, that little piece of, like, I wouldn't call it PTSD, because like that, I feel like that's like, other people have that way worse. But like a trigger almost, where I'm just scared to have that happen again, where you're kind of thinking about, oh, this is when it happened, and feeling that same feeling again is awful. So for me, that was something I also worked with a mental coach on. But it's difficult to come back, and anyone who does it, like, if they get back in the cage, like, full support to them. It's incredible.
And then what's the relationship like with Cory McKenna? Because I see you guys always kind of joking around on Instagram, and like, how does she help you when it comes to like fighting and coming into fight week and stuff?
Cory and McKenna and I have become best friends, like truly best friends. We actually live together now. She moved in to the house that I have, or that house that I'm living in. Yeah, I mean, she hates me now, but I actually gave her a concussion in this camp like 2 weeks ago. But I told her, just so that I told her that I would say this, I'm going to buy her roller skates after this fight with the bonus that I get.
Why roller skates?
Because she wanted roller skates, because I gave her a concussion. So that's what we're doing. We have a great friendship. She's an awesome training partner, an awesome person. And not just her, but all the girls at Team Alpha Male. I feel like females in general, like, you have to find a good group to train with, because there's a little bit of, like, female fighters are way different than male fighters. And I've been told that by all the male fighters. They're like, you guys are dirty. And it's true, but, like, at the end of the day, like, it's so cool to see other women just grinding towards their goals. And Cory's one of them, Maritza's one of them, Jesse's one of them. There's so many girls at that gym, and Jan, same thing. Like, it's a lot of fun to train with girls that work hard and are just chasing their goals and dreams. Thank you, guys.
Albert, obviously last fight out didn't go your way, so I'm curious, how excited are you to get back in there and get back on the win streak?
Раз. Насчет последнего боя. Было сделано много ошибок, и это было перед боем. На самом деле ничего удивительного в бою для меня не было, потому что я знал свое состояние. Вот. С тех пор мы много поработали над защитой, и в целом подход к бою совсем изменился на этот раз. Так что на прошлом бою Остине я обрадовал, наверное, болельщиков, но на этот раз я вас всех разочарую.
During my last fight, a lot of mistakes were done, and that was not a surprise to me that I lost that fight. But getting ready for this fight, I worked a lot on my defense, I worked a lot in general, and I might have made the fans happy in Austin, but this time everything is going to be different.
What do you make of your opponent's, Chidi's ability? What do you make of Chidi, his opponent's ability? That's his name.
Что ты думаешь о возможности своего соперника?
Мой соперник высокий, в некотором смысле неудобный, но я думаю, что достаточно поработали, чтобы его финишировать. Вот. Есть пару моментов, где он опасен, в остальном я для него опасен во всех аспектах.
My opponent is tall, which makes him a little inconvenient for me, but I've been working and I've been preparing for that. So honestly, he cannot do anything with me, and I'm the dangerous one.
Do you believe your wrestling will win this fight for you?
Ты думаешь, что твоя борьба поможет тебе выиграть этот бой?
Смотрите, многие думают, что я могу победить человека только в борьбе. Я могу перебить любого ударника, поверьте мне. И Чиди входит в тот же список. Так что я не считаю, что он лучший ударник, чем я. Да, у меня хорошая борьба, я могу забороть любого в нашем дивизионе. И, естественно, я постараюсь при любом удобном случае для меня воспользоваться своей борьбой и финишировать его.
Look, guys, you only see me as a wrestler, but trust me, I can hit, I can work standing up, and I can beat everyone in my division. So my opponent is not an excuse, but if I'll get a chance to use my wrestling, of course I will do that.
Oh, quick question. Is your nickname Machete?
Твоя кличка Мачете?
Мне не нравится ни мачете, ни что другое. Я хочу, чтобы меня называли Альбертом. Это мое имя.
I'm not a fan of any nicknames, Machete or else, so I prefer to be called by my name, Albert.
Okay. And in a couple weeks, we have a pretty important fight, obviously the title fight in your division. Just curious, any thoughts on the rematch between Pereira and Adesanya?
Через пару недель в твоем дивизионе будет титульный бой. И что ты вообще думаешь о рематче Перейра и Адесаньи?
Вы знаете, если Перейра его выиграл 3 раза, я думаю, что 4 раза, 4-й раз он также сможет. Потому что для Адесаньи это будет психологический такой барьер, который навряд ли он сможет преодолеть.
Pereira won 3 times, and I think that the 4th time will be no different. For Adesanya, it's a mental barrier that is very hard for him to overcome. So I think the result will be the same.
Thank you.
Yeah. What is your training sessions with Sean Strickland like? Because I see him talking a lot about you on Instagram. So what are those like?
Как выглядят твои спарринги с Шоном Стрикландом, потому что он много о тебе говорит в Инстаграме, но ему интересно, как это выглядит.
Шон Стрикланд безумный боец, он в некотором смысле даже сумасшедший. Он любит спарринги и только. Вот. Мне нравится с ним тренироваться. Где может, он мне помогает, он и Крис Кертис мне очень много сильно помогли, на самом деле, Так что Крис хороший мужик, хозяин своего слова. У нас с ним хороший разговор был, мы с ним хорошо дружим, так что только респект этим ребятам.
Sean Strickland is an insane fighter. I will also call him crazy at some point. He only cares about his sparrings, and I'm on very good terms with him and with his coach, Chris. They help me a lot where they can, and we're on very good terms with Chris. He's a man of his word, and I only wish the best to these guys.
CJ, I'm right in saying that you're the hometown hero this week.
That is correct. I've been living in San Antonio since I was about, I would say, 12 years old. And I'm from Texas, border town, just 2 hours south of here. So that's correct.
So how excited, I mean, look, we just saw Leon Edwards in the UK and you saw the reception he got.
Yeah.
How excited are you to be able to walk out and be like, oh man, like I'm the guy representing all the people in this arena?
I can't describe it in words, but I'll tell you this. When my first introduction to fighting overall was in high school. I had a backyard fight club. And it was about 10 miles down the road that we were fighting in backyards every single weekend. At the time, I was telling everybody that I was going to be in the UFC someday. So here I am in that full circle moment, living out that manifestation and dream that I set out to in front of my hometown crowd. I have a massive following in San Antonio. So when I go out and perform this Saturday, it is going to put this city on the map, having a fighter from the city coming up the way that I am, and bring the UFC back, put me on the main card next time.
Does any part of you want to call up all the old boys from the Backyard Fighting League and be like, this proves I'm the best that we had, right?
Literally, yeah. This is it. This is the stake in the ground. I told you I was the one.
However, on the other side of that, right, you got a lot of people coming to watch you specifically. Is there any chance the pressure starts to add up to you on fight day? You're like, damn, man, like, what could go wrong here, you know?
Of course. And that is what brought me to this position I'm in right now, is because the specific pressure that comes with being a fighter, like you said, things go really good or things go as bad as they possibly can. So for me to step into the octagon here in San Antonio and put everything that I've ever done and said on the line in front of everybody that I know and everybody that knows me is exactly what keeps me up every day, and honestly keeps me up at night sometimes. So yes, the pressure is there, and the pressure is what keeps me improving.
Yeah. I don't know if this is something that you even thought about, but if you go out on Saturday in this environment and you win and you survive under that pressure, it's almost like a statement to yourself that, well, if I can do that, there's nothing I can face in the career that can overcome my nerves and overcome the pressure.
That is 100% correct. And to be frank, my first fight for the UFC was at Madison Square Garden. So, and I lost that by close decision, but I know what it's like to be in an arena that holds a lot of weight to it. And so the event center itself isn't anything that's intimidating me, and fighting in front of my hometown is something that I've done since I was in the regional scene. So to me, this is another fight.
Yeah. How does it end? What's the perfect scenario for this fight in your mind?
Second round TKO, jumping on the cage, and the athletics commission is going to have to keep me from running into the crowd.
I was going to say, you're going to do an Aldo and fly in there?
See if they can catch me.
You just opened a whole Pandora's box with the whole backyard thing.
Yeah.
How long ago was that? Was that in high school? What kind of? How old are you when you were doing that?
So I'm 31 now. I was 15 years old when that happened. I was a freshman in high school, and I was new to the area. I was getting bullied, picked on. So I started a rumor that I was like a trained fighter. And meanwhile, I was doing all of my research. I was watching like Matt Hughes takedown videos, Chuck Liddell takedown defense videos, Tito Ortiz ground and pound stuff, and putting all the pieces together that I could. And then I'd go practice it on the tough guys from the football team or whoever it was. And, you know, I just kept getting better and better. Meanwhile, I had the passion that I had, but couldn't convince my parents to put me in a gym yet. So that's where that all started from.
Yeah. Did you start the fight club or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was the star and I was the promoter. You know, we would be in like history class, for instance, right? And I would take something that, you know, this guy said in first period and take it completely out of context to another guy in seventh period and be like, yeah, well, that guy said.
You could be in the media.
So yeah, literally. I was like, I don't know. He said he'd beat your ass, and he said he could do it in like under 3 minutes. So I feel like we could do 3-minute rounds. I mean, you don't have to, because I get it. He's a really big guy, and I'd be kind of intimidated too. And then, you know, you kind of strike up the ego. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Texas either, but guys in Texas, there's something about us that we want to fight. We're here to fight. We want to scrap, and we're always trying to defend our honor in some weird egotistical way.
Nice. What were the rules? Is it just boxing, or were you?
It was MMA.
Okay.
It was I think for the first few events we did no elbows, but I don't know, that got kind of boring, so we started doing elbows. And then so we were doing it in my neighborhood pool, right by the neighborhood pool, but then the neighbors started, there was like kids around, people started to call the cops and stuff. So then we graduated it over to one of my best friend's backyards, and his mom was actually a registered nurse she was like one of those cool moms, you know?
Yeah.
So she would kind of oversee this whole thing. Somebody got bloodied up or something, she'd, you know, patch them up, what have you. And nobody ever got really badly hurt. And we referee. You can actually find some of these videos on YouTube still.
Okay. Well, that's
I'll drop a
crazy.
link.
Yeah. I mean, now that you're fighting in San Antonio in the UFC, is it kind of crazy to look back and be like, dude, like literally from the backyards being a kid to now, you know, full professional UFC event?
It is for sure because one of my major milestone goals in this career was to fight at the AT&T Center. And the next one is to be main card or main event here. And then the following would be to fight for a title or defend a title here. So, yes, I mean, you set these goals out as a child, looking back at 15-year-old me. I was a kid. And it's almost like I was just faking it till I made it type of situation. And then so every now and then, with me being so self-critical, I don't give myself enough, I guess, adapt or appreciation to what I've actually been able to accomplish. So, you know, it is good to look around to where I'm at right now, where I came from, and continue to work towards what I want to be.
Yeah. So AT&T Center, you can cross that out of the list.
Cross off the list along with
what else
Madison
is on
Square.
there? Yeah.
Madison Square. I want to fight in Australia. I want to fight in. I've always wanted to fight in Japan. It'd be really cool to go to Japan because I love the spirit that they got over there. Watching Saitama Arena fights for Pride when I was a kid was pretty incredible.
Hi, CJ. I'm sure that you're gonna have a lot of family and friends at the fight on Saturday. But who are you gonna fight for on Saturday?
That's a great question. On Saturday, I'm going out there and I'm fighting for my younger self who dreamt this up. And I'm going to take in every ounce of hope and ambition and pride that I set out for as a child to make this dream come true and, you know, display my entire heart and soul out in that octagon and just bleed out whatever that looks like. And I'm content with what happens because what's happening is already happening. It's already going to happen. And I'm just here to watch it play out from inside of my body, you know? So just here to do that for myself and for the people.
Awesome. Thank you.
Of course.
How was camp this time around, and does it kind of change anything for you? Like, you know, training here, taking the travel out of it. I guess is it a little bit different this time around, just fighting here?
So my camps are always out of San Antonio. My gym is, I don't know, 5 miles down. Boxing gym's like 8 miles that way. Strength and conditioning is super close by. And I do a lot of stuff at Lifetime too. So camp itself was, you know, as was, but, you know, to wake up on a Tuesday and not have to fly out to Vegas or New York or Phoenix. I was able to drop my son off at school, drop him off lunch a couple hours later, pick him up from school. And it was actually his birthday yesterday. So I've been grateful for the timing of this and the way it's played out to be able to just stay home, sleep in my bed, wake up in bed and just go down the street to the gym. And I'm actually enjoying it. I'm not going to get used to it because this is not something that's going to happen often, but I'm taking it in every day as much as I can.
And then what part of town did you grow up in, and just are you gonna have people there Saturday night supporting you and stuff?
Yeah, I was like, so I went to when I moved here, I was in middle school, and I went to middle school like 2 miles up the highway right here, and then high school was down the loop, over yonder in the sticks, you know, with all the country boys in Helotes. So you know, within 10-mile radius, I've been in the same area past 15 years, and I have a lot of friends, of course, a lot of family, and just coming up in the regional scene through here, I've built a big following in San Antonio. So the UFC is going to see that on Saturday. I think that, with all due respect to my city, our basketball team is not great. Actually, it's one of the worst teams. The Spurs are doing terrible. So, you know, the city could really use some sort of event to pump it up, and I feel like having a fighter coming up. We have a couple boxers, you know, Mario Barrios is out here. And Bam Bam's out here, world-level guys. But to have a UFC fighter from the city, coming up in the city, getting KOs in the city, I mean, come on, man. And San Antonio was built on a fucking battle. It's the Alamo City, you know. We got a fighting spirit out here, and I'm here to bring it out, and pump it up on Saturday. Blow the arena up.
Hey, CJ, you mentioned the Spurs. I mean, like you said, not too many wins in the AT&T Center this year. So
we got a win last week. I went to the game last week, and we got a dub there. So
looking
played
to
the Magic, yeah.
Looking to bring a dub to the city of San Antonio on Saturday night.
Hell yeah, and like an exciting dub too, not like a grind out, boring decision. Like I'm going out there to finish. I'm gonna go out there to finish him, or wake up and try to figure out what happened when he finished me. Yeah. All right, guys. See y'all cage side.
Standing.
It's just in case you guys interact in Spanish, so you can just go.
Hola.
Hola. Chidi, another main event. I'm curious, what are your feelings ahead of this one? You know, you had a few of these rattled off now, but ahead of this one, does it feel any different, or does it feel the same old, same old?
You know, it's just another day at the office, another fight, a different man in front of me, and you know, I'm ready to go. And I put a lot of time in this preparation, and Saturday will come, and I'm ready to fuck shit up.
It's funny to think about Cory, about his movement, because you just fought Dominic Cruz, the guy who everyone says has the sort of wackiest movement in the division. When you look at Cory, do you think his movement in and out and his combinations are something you have to worry about, or do you think he's actually more of a sort of an orthodox fighter than Cruz was?
Just the fact that it's a guy that is preparing himself to beat me up, I gotta be worried about it. And you know, I wake up every morning thinking, you know, there's a lot of job to get done. So it doesn't really matter who's in front of me. I focus on just get better, and I've been showing that fight to fight.
Yeah. What are the stakes for this fight, right? Because obviously Henry Cejudo's jumped in. We'll talk about him in a second. Sean O'Malley's kind of around there, but you're putting on this crazy streak yourself. A win over Cory is a big deal. Do you think with this one you can jump over everyone else, or what does a win do for you here?
Well, you know, the way that the rankings are done, it's really hard to predict things. You know, you got O'Malley #1 after he beat Jan. Now you got Merab #1 after beat Jan. So Jan wasn't #1 in his last fight, and you beat the guy and you go to #1. So it really doesn't fucking matter. You can be number 10 and fight for the title. It's where the fuck the UFC want to do at this point. So I'm okay with that because I'm putting in work. I'm winning the way they want wins. So, you know, and then the fans are cheering for me. There's a reason this is in front in an arena. There's a reason I'm fighting 3 main events in a row. So I just keep making money. And, you know, eventually the bell will come to me because, you know, the harder you chase things, they might go away from you. I'm just going with the flow. I know I'm working hard, so I'm not worried about anything.
What do you feel about Henry Cejudo jumping back from retirement, going straight into a title shot?
He's broke.
You think so?
You know, what's the point to come back when you're retired on top? You know, you come back because, you know, either you need attention and you miss that thing, or you need money.
You don't think Henry maybe missed a bit of attention?
Well, he could be. Yeah, he's a little guy. They need attention.
Do you have any sort of feeling towards the UFC at all for booking him in a title shot right away?
No, at all. You know, good for him. If the UFC do that to me, I'll be fucking stoked about it. I'll be like, fuck yeah, fuck the line. So when they do things for you, it feels good, right? So if they do that for him, good for him.
How do you see that fight playing out?
If you see it from the outside, Cejudo definitely got better striking. He got a better base, moved well in the feet. And both have wrestling pedigree, right? Both are great wrestlers. If Cejudo can understand the stand-up and piece him up, you can see him losing the way he lose in the past, like Brian Caraway or guys like Asunsaro, that they just, you know, stop the takedown and let him know, I'm here to fight. Cejudo can definitely do that, but also he's been away for a long time. Who knows how he come back? Is he healthy? He's gonna make the weight properly. So there's a lot of things that matters. He's already talking about moving up. That's already probably building an excuse in the back of his head. Things are going his way. The weight cut is too hard, whatever. Who knows? I don't give a fuck, really.
I saw a quote from you earlier today that you're not even planning an after party, right? All your focus is on this fight and this man in front of you.
I have 0 plans before I fight on Saturday night. There's no a meal I'm thinking about it. There's no a drink I'm thinking about it. There's nothing I want to get after the fight. My life, it's pretty much stop until the moment before the fight. Then going in there, basically fighting for my life, for my future, for my family, and then we'll figure it out later.
Is that always the way you approach a fight, or is this one special?
Yeah, I feel like when people start looking past things and they start looking like, this is what I want after, this is who I want to fight, fuck, you can predict fighting, you know what I'm saying? Like, even if you get to the Mystic Mag level and you predict maybe 3 times, you can predict it forever. So fighting is gnarly. So I fucking take it seriously because you can get too ahead of the fight because you gotta fucking fight. It's not a game.
Chito, everyone in your position is usually thinking ahead and always trying to make a case for being the next guy at the belt. You choose a different route. Why is that? Is it just that, just not to spend any energy? Is it because the sport is unpredictable? Why do you choose to have a different approach to the fight game than other contenders?
I just feel is the way I am. You know, I feel like why put so much energy on things that are not in front of you? Like I think ahead. I do stuff to solidify my future, to get things right. But like in terms of fighting, I mean, you can talk about 3 or 4 guys when you have a different guy in front of you. It's just, you know, you put all this energy that you want to kick everybody's ass, but then the guy in front of you just fucking wipe you out, and then what? Then you're not fighting anybody anyways. So might as well put all your energy there and fuck it, roll the dice, see what happens.
Yeah, for sure. And Merab recently fought, and a lot of people after the fight were going crazy over his cardio, saying he's got the best cardio, you know, in the division. You obviously, I think, have a claim to that. We've rarely seen you tired. You know, you go 5 rounds, no problem. Do you feel like you have a sort of a stake in that claim?
Not at all. That's the best example of a guy like me. Everybody's giving him props of you got the best cardio, the best pressure. Everybody's like really excited about it. Then anybody can go check my social media. I can give 2 fucks about that. Like I'm not trying to claim anything. I'm not trying to get clout or like I don't call attention for myself. That just comes along. Why? Fuck, I might be cool. It just come to me. The moment that you are chasing it and asking for it, it just keep getting away from you.
Yeah. And I know that you are focused on the present, but the goal, might be a very simple and dumb question, but the goal is the belt, right? Like you want to be champion.
That's everything. That's everything to me. And, you know, get the belt, bring it back to Ecuador, and eventually one day defend my belt in Ecuador. Why not? I'm not. When I think about being in the present and talk about the fight ahead of me, the reason I think like that is because I want to be a world champion. I mean, I don't want to get off the route. Doesn't matter where I am, doesn't matter who I become, doesn't matter how much money I make. I want to be a world champion. That's the goal. When I start, I want to raise money for my daughter. I want to make things happen for her. That's done. That's a personal goal. That's a belt I get myself for me, my wife, my family. Now is coming the actual goals, which now I can look forward to those things and I just accomplish them. If I put something on my mind, only dying will not make me reach it. But besides that, I'm on it.
Yeah. And something is happening really beautiful in the Hispanic scene. We saw Brandon Moreno become undisputed champion. We saw Jair Rodriguez become interim champion. Those are guys that you were with in the developmental deal back in Jackson's, back when you guys were just kids. What was that like seeing, you know, these guys that you've known for years, you know, come from nothing before they weren't even in the UFC and now they're champions?
It's a huge motivation. I think Brandon got the belt right before my David Graham fight and for the first time. And I was, you know, it just make me happy to see like it's reachable. Guys like I know get there. Now Yair that I know him a little more. I was a little closer to him. Get the interim belt too, which a belt is a belt. He's a champion right now. You know, to me, those things are see people succeed makes me want to even succeed more. Maybe want to take it more seriously, keep getting better because it's right there. Like you are right there. Might as well keep going.
Yeah. I know you're not Mexican, you're from Ecuador, but would you like to be in this calendar year 2023, be part of that wave of Hispanic MMA
100%.
challenge for the belt this year?
100%. That it's still Latin American, it's still like a Spanish-speaking country. So I wanna become a world champion and join them in that list because that's making history that will be forever in the history books. Whoever gets that belt.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Cheeto over here. Talking to MiddleEasy.com, Sandhagen believes the only advantage you have over him is your power. While you're looking to prove that you're better than him everywhere, what is one advantage that you would give to him?
I don't really see it like that. You know, if he starts looking like I got more power, but he's better everywhere, that's just an opinion, right? To me, I just want to win the fight. Period. I don't get too, you know, analytic with shit like that because it's a fight. You know, it doesn't matter. You can have a list of things, but when you get in there, you got to fight. So that's what I'm ready for.
Are you a bit disappointed that you're fighting in Texas, given that, you know, they're kind of strict when it comes to THC and all of that stuff?
I'm a professional. They told me stop smoking, I stop smoking. That's probably the best thing I can tell two people. This is, you can call it a drug, but I'm not a fucking addict. I stopped smoking a month away, and I smoke good shit, so that means we're good. After the fight, we'll go back to it.
Awesome. And what are some of your biggest goals for 2023?
Fight for the belt.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola, Chito.
¿Qué
¿Cómo
tal?
estás? Saluda Andrés Ponce, también con sangre de chone.
Mucho gusto.
¿Cómo está, Chito? Te quiero preguntar, ¿cómo te imaginas la pelea del día sábado? En cuanto a los estilos, las características que tienen cada uno de ustedes, ¿crees que va a ser de estudio o intensa desde el inicio?
Es difícil saber todas esas cosas, ¿no? Yo por eso planteo muchos escenarios en mi cabeza, veo lo mejor, veo lo peor y simplemente me preparo para lo que sea.
¿Has tenido una preparación distinta, especial para esta pelea?
Igual que siempre, mucha disciplina, muchas horas de trabajo, mucha repetición y no tirar la toalla.
¿Te gusta que te cataloguen como un striker? O sea, que te vean así.
Realmente no me da igual cómo lo vean, ¿no? Lo único que me gusta, que la gente sepa, es que con trabajo fuerte todo se logra.
Y por último, Chito, justamente para la gente, ¿qué sientes desde lo emotivo que cada pelea tuya en Ecuador sea vista por todo mundo, que casi que sea un partido de Ecuador en el Mundial, que la gente realmente te mande tanta buena vibra, buenos mensajes y que este sábado van a estar pendientes de ti? No sé si les quieras mandar un mensajito.
Es algo increíble para mí, yo realmente el apoyo lo siento, la apreciación del público es algo que me motiva a seguir adelante, que me motiva a hacerle saber a la gente que con trabajo se puede, con constancia se puede y que el sí se puede es un hecho. Si tú pones todo de ti en tu corazón y a la gente que me apoya, pues el amor es también de vuelta para ellos porque lo aprecio mucho.
Marlon, you guys, you were set to fight in Vegas about 4 to 5 weeks ago. Obviously, moved here. Did that interrupt any training or anything, or?
I was ready to go. I wasn't really needing extra time. I was, you know, craving to get in there and do my job, but you know, the UFC call, they were needing a main event for this night, so we arranged a couple of things and we figured it out and we signed new papers, but I was ready to go. I did ask if there's a chance we can keep it like this, don't move it, but you know, if you want to get cheese, you gotta sometimes let a little things go, but it is what it is.
Do you have thoughts on headlining in San Antonio this weekend? Just fighting in Texas, thoughts in general?
Say that again, please.
Just do you have thoughts on, you know, on being the main event here in San Antonio? I know you wanted to keep it the same way, but, you know, since we are here in San Antonio now, do you have any kind of thoughts on that?
I like it. I like the fact that we're in a big arena. I'm sure there's a lot of South Americans around here, and I got my sports tea already, so we're ready to go.
Just from the interaction with Andres, first question was about how do you feel judging by the styles that you have of fighting? Is it going to be you guys going at it right away, or is it going to be a fight of studying? And Chito said, I mean, you don't know these things. I mean, you got to let things play out when it comes. Also about the preparation, did you change the preparation for this fight, or was it, I mean, anything special judging again from your opponent? You know, the same preparation as always, just going at it and working hard. And one of the questions at the end, how do you feel about the fact that in Ecuador, your fights are seen almost like a World Cup game, and all Ecuadorians come together on Saturday night to watch you? How does it make you feel? This And Cheetah's answer is it makes me so proud of being able to represent the fact that just tell people that with hard work and dedication, you can get there as well. This is the message I have for everyone, and is very proud to represent Ecuador.
Pound for pound, translator in the fucking game right here. Word for word, perfectly.
Gracias, hermano.
Cheeto, what's more likely for you as a bonus, performance of the night bonus or fight of the night bonus?
Any bonus is fucking welcome. So, I like money, so they just can keep coming to me.
What would you do with an extra 50K in the bank?
Invest it, figure it out how to do something good with it. Maybe new car, a new watch, but pretty much keep my family safe and keep the best for the future.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Chito, I know you don't care about what your opponent thinks about skills and if he's stronger, this and that, but he did say, when asked about the back tattoos, he did say yours was better.
100% is better. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got good tattoos. I don't think he likes that back tattoo. That's weird.
Yeah, he's had a change in mind in his tattoo, but he said, yeah, I'll give him that. He's got the best tattoos for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Manel, another big one, another fight week against number 6 in the world. How are you feeling ahead of this one? How's the body? How's the mind?
Everything good. This time my career weight is being amazing. Feel much better than last camp. So I think it's gonna be a good night.
For you, is that almost the biggest battle of fight week? It's not the fight, but the weight cut. And once you've done that, you can just be excited.
Yeah. For me, is the first part is by part. I'm not thinking about him. I'm not thinking about the fight. First thing is get the weight done, and then I can think about fight. Can think about him. Can get excited.
You've been very vocal about wanting to get to the top and wanting to show people that you're one of the best in the world. Do you think with the win on Saturday, you'll be right there near the top of the division?
Yes, with this win, it's gonna be definitely the fight that's gonna put me to the line to the belt, because this guy is a former contender fighter from the belt. So I just believe a easy win on Saturday night is gonna put me direct to the belt.
You think this will be an easy win?
Yeah, definitely. You can see the way you fight, the way I fight, the match, the combinations, everything. I can definitely tell you that it's gonna be a easy night.
Spectacular finish or no?
Yeah, definitely. He's a fighter that's been a long time not fighting, not active. I see him a couple of times in UFC PI. His shape is a mess, So definitely.
How many times have you ran into him at the UFC PI?
It's funny because I just see him on recovery, I just see him doing massage, all the stuff, when I was training hard and everything. So if this guy thinks this doing massage is gonna do something against me, it's completely wrong,
Yeah. And when you see him, when you say like his shape is like all his
it's okay.
like-
It's okay. He's just a fear man, He's a fear man like anyone else that see me, in these divisions, and they know how heavy I am, how my aura is strong, So
Yeah. And speaking now at the top, I mean, your goal is to challenge for the belt. What do you think of Brandon Moreno retaining his title against Davison Figueiredo and the whole quadrilogy, actually?
It was a good fight. It's something that I expect, It's the youngest thing on Moreno talk more louder, Brandon Davison already old, I guess that his cutting weight was one of the determinate parts of his loss. So it was a great win. I was expect this.
Yeah. Do you think a win here could put you up next?
Of course. Of course.
And Moreno has often talked about that his next defense, he wants it to be in Mexico. Would you be down to go to Mexico and fight him there?
Whatever. Habla español too.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, one over here. What are you wearing? Like, what's the brand on the jacket that you have?
My brother, this is very expensive. This is a Gucci style. I have Louis Vuitton in my feet, all the stuff.
Awesome, man. Awesome, man. What are some of your biggest goals coming into 2023?
2023 is, I wanna be in these straight wins. Get the belt this year. I believe this is gonna be my year. I just fight soon. I be in shape, excited. So my goals, just get this belt. This is my priority right now. Is get the belt. I've been dreaming about this all the time. And this is.
First time fighting in Texas?
No. I fighting in Houston. I
Oh,
fighting in
Houston.
Houston. It was my first win in UFC against Ode Osborne. Yeah.
How are you liking San Antonio thus far?
I like. I didn't have time to check the city, but what I see is a beautiful city. It's good food. Yeah, this is important.
Awesome. You talked a lot about your weight cuts. After you make weight on Friday, what are you gonna eat? I mean, we got some good Mexican food. We got barbecue. What's on the menu for you?
Yeah, definitely barbecue. I know, definitely barbecue. I'm gonna check some place have deer meat. I like deer, and I hear that have a lot of very good barbecue here. So I'm here for this.
Awesome. What can the fans expect to see from you on Saturday?
They can expect fireworks, explosion of me, very good technique. A brilliant win, yeah, brilliant finish.
Awesome. Thank you.
Did I see somewhere this week there were some nerves that your mother might be watching?
Yeah, she might be here.
Is that genuinely more pressure, or are you kind of excited to show out for her? What's the emotions of that one?
It'll be dope for her to come. She doesn't come to all my fights, so
Yeah.
it'll be nice to see her in the crowd.
What's the feeling about this fight, right? You're fighting a guy, we know he's a good grappler, but in his last fight, he wasn't able to show that. He did lose on the feet. Are you thinking he's going to try and rectify that by being more grapple heavy, or is he going to try and make up for it by proving he can do all-rounder?
I think anybody that fights me is going to try to be more grappling heavy, regardless of what they did their last fight. So I expect them to really come out and try to push the pace on the ground and do all that. And
yeah. Whatever. When you know that ahead of time, does that kind of make your training sessions a bit easier, right? Because you're obviously great on the feet. You know what their strategy is going to be, so you know where you have to work on, right? It's not like it's going to be a sudden surprise if they go for a takedown.
Yeah, right. I just know I just got to get in there and work on my wrestling and jiu-jitsu and all that. But game plans usually never change, I still try to stay pretty active everywhere.
Yeah.
And try to stay in my Muay Thai gym, stay in my jiu-jitsu gym, and just kind of work on everything.
Yeah. I mean, this is a bit of a cliche question to ask, but how has training been for this one in particular, and how's the body feeling when we're just a couple of days away from fight night?
Good. Training's been real good. Real good. Everything has been going how I wanted it to go. I got a chance to work on stuff that I didn't get to work on last camp, but it's real good.
Nice. Predictions may be the wrong word, but in your mind's eye, when you have the perfect ending to this fight, how would you love it to go?
Head kick, KO, 5 seconds in.
I know this is not your hometown, but your home state. Do you feel like you're fighting at home, though?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Somewhat, not exactly, but it's close enough.
Yeah. Did you drive or did you fly out here?
I flew. I finished my camp in Vegas, so we all flew out.
Nice. Do you have a lot of friends and family coming to the fight?
Yeah. Whoever can come is gonna show up.
Nice. Yeah. And this will be your fourth fight, right? In the UFC since joining the UFC. I'm just curious. Have you re-signed a new contract? What's your contract situation with the UFC?
Yeah, I re-signed before the last fight.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm here to stay, hopefully.
Nice. Yeah. And you've had, you've dished out performance of the night bonuses left and right, fight of the night bonuses. I mean, I know your last fight didn't go the way that you wanted, but overall, I mean, a pretty successful run so far in the UFC. I know you got here kind of late. You're not like one of these young 20-something prospect, 20-year-old something prospects that joined the UFC. Overall, how has your experience been? Was it what you expected?
Yeah, it was good. I think I got here when I needed to. I think if I would have came when I was young and 20-something, I would have just messed it all up. You couldn't give me that amount of money back then, right?
Yeah.
So it's messed everything up. But yeah, I think so far I like the way they handle their fighters, and I'm happy to be here.
Yeah. Is that something you're kind of realizing now? Like once those performance of the night bonuses start coming in, you're like, yeah, I'm glad I'm experiencing this now and not maybe like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I would have fucked it all up. You would have found me in a ditch somewhere, right?
And just overall, like, what are your goals for your career in the UFC? Is there any names, any things that you would like to cross off headlining an event? Is there any goals that you have?
No particular names or anything, but I just want to be the best. I want to come out here and I want to beat everybody that they put in front of me. I want to do it in dominant fashion. I want to put on exciting fights. I want to just go down in the history books.
Yeah. And I want to get your thoughts on that title fight in your weight class. You're obviously a pretty good striker. We're seeing, a pretty high level striking fight between Adesanya and Pereira. As a striker, have you enjoyed it a bit more than others? Kind of picking at their technique and whatnot, watching those two fight?
Yeah. It's just their storyline is more exciting than anything. They fought so many times. One of these times Adesanya has to win, right? Eventually. And I thought it was a good game plan that he did last time. He went out there and grappled him and exposed the big hole in his game. But it is exciting to see them go back and forth, tit for tat, and Adesanya be able to kind of pick him apart, and then Pereira can tough it out and then still take him out. I like that matchup.
Yeah. Is there a style you like more of?
Probably Adesanya. Like I'm a little more similar to his.
Yeah.
But Pereira, like that's always exciting, man. Just walking somebody down and then taking them out. Like, yeah, I like that.
Yeah. You think Adesanya is going to be able to get back his belt at 287? Couple weeks. Huh?
I don't know if it's gonna happen at 287, but if you fight a guy 10 times, you gotta beat him at least once, right?
Yeah.
So maybe this could be the one time, you know.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Chidi over here. Your nickname is Chidi Chidi Bang Bang, like that 1968 movie. How did that nickname come about?
From the movie, I guess. Just like being made fun of as a kid, and you know, little kids just say whatever whatever they can, just hurt your feelings. I got called Chidi Chidi Bang Bang for the longest, like even before I started fighting. And eventually, I needed a fight name, and I was like, I guess, but it worked out. I like.
Yeah, it worked out definitely.
Never seen the movie either.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think it's about a car or some shit, flying car.
Do you plan on watching it after a win on Saturday?
Nah, probably not.
What are some of the best nicknames in MMA besides yourself? Like, what are some of your favorites?
I almost went with the Nigerian Nightmare.
Oh, really?
That was on the list. I can't really think of a lot, but yeah, I can't think of any on top.
Awesome. Thanks, Chidi.
Not a problem.
Just one more about Adesanya and Pereira. If a guy beat you like 3 times in a row, would you be like, I need a fourth, or would you be like, oh, fuck this guy?
I'm gonna find him in the parking lot or something, bro. like me and the homies gonna jump. I'm like, I'm gonna get this win. Thank you guys.
Holly. We'll get to the fight in a second, but I think first a bit of business. It's reported that you signed a new contract ahead of this fight for 6 fights. Is that right?
Yeah, I guess after my last fight, I wasn't really sure. I was hopeful that we could still come to agreement and be able to continue my career with the UFC, and so I'm very, very happy to be able to have that contract signed. My mind, of course, is just set on this fight ahead of me, but I'm happy to continue my journey with the UFC.
Nice. I would say with 6 fights, it's fair to say that boxing is probably just off the table and we'll be focusing on MMA for the rest of the career.
I would say that's it. I mean, we kind of talked about if something like that came up, if we could ever figure something out, I don't know. But my mind's set on MMA right now.
So with that said, what are the long-term goals? Is it still title aspirations? You still want to get back up there and win a gold again?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the only thing you need to be focused on if you're in this game. If you don't want to be the champion, what are you doing here, It's a scary kind of path to really take because you know that means you have to take the toughest fights, the biggest fights, and you have to be successful. And that's where all that pressure kind of comes in on you. But if I'm going to be here, I want to do it all the way.
Do you ever sit and think to yourself, like, this is the path to a title, or do you try and stay focusing on one fight at a time? This is the person, I'll beat them, and then we'll look forward.
One fight at a time, for sure, is my mindset because, that's the only fight you're promised right now. Yeah. And who knows what's going to happen? Maybe there's going to be injuries. Maybe there's going to be something that's career-ending. You never know. Tomorrow's not promised, and so I try to stay just one fight. And I also think it's better for me to stay focused that way because if you win this fight, that's what opens the door to the next fight. So
right. So with that said, this fight, where are her strengths compared to your strengths? How do you beat her on Saturday?
No, she's a big 135er like me. I think she might even be an inch taller than me. She's strong. She's got a gas tank on her. I used to train with her. She trains hard. She's kind of unpredictable, She's you get in the clinch, she might kind of, surprise you with some things on her feet. She throws, bunches of punches. So there's a lot of strengths that she has. I feel that I'm going to edge out everywhere, but I'm not overlooking her at all.
When it comes to training together, I mean, I don't know if the media always try and put too much on that, but for you personally, do you sort of remember things that, oh yeah, I remember that she did that, or she has that tendency, or do you just sort of think, there's no point even thinking about that, the climate of a fight is so different than training, there's no point to compare?
I feel like she's improved a lot since I've trained with her, so I'm not putting too much on that. I do think that each fighter has their own style, and there's something about that that's what makes them the type of fighter they are, and there'll be certain things that they always have tendencies for, good and bad. So yeah, we take a little bit from the fact that we trained together before, and I know she's doing the same with me. She's felt, my strengths and weaknesses. But we both respect each other. There's no hard feelings. I think trust me, even when we trained, we sparred hard. So I know she's coming hard. I'm not looking past her at all.
How cool is it to see John Jones come back and perform in that manner?
I think there's very few people in this sport that can really make waves like that. You really can't deny that his fighting style is just something that's he's got that ability to go in there and just win. He's a very, very talented fighter. So any kind of sport I look at, even something like, I'm not even a Buccaneer fan or a Patriot fan, but I'm still a fan of Tom Brady because he goes in there and he likes to win. And you're not going to see another quarterback with 7 Super Bowls anytime soon, right? And I think that's kind of a similar, just feeling any kind of sport. LeBron James just, passing records, and then there's this debate of who's the greatest. But despite of who's the greatest and all that, there's times in careers where there's a champion that stands out and there's greatness that stands out. So I think anybody can look at John's career and admire that he gets in there and he knows how to win.
Holly, by signing a 6-fight deal with the UFC, do you plan on fighting all 6 fights, or what do you envision for your career?
I just take one fight at a time. I'm glad to have the 6 fights there. In my mind, I want to stay young forever and fight forever. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. So, and I'm not trying to like push you into retirement or anything, but like, have you thought about that? What it would look like, and more or less what you have in mind for it?
I think, my last few years have been pretty slow pace of fights, and that due to being health and injuries and things like that. So of course, that's going to be something that's, that's like those demons you fight in your own mind. Those negative thoughts of, man, is this really it? Is it going to be, how many more can my body really take? And then you get through it, and then you feel healthy, and everything. Right now, I'm perfectly healthy, and a lot of the things that I was having problems for, even leading up to my last fight, are fixed now, and I feel a lot better. So it's, I just had to change my mindset. I went 10 years of boxing and then 10 years of MMA, and a lot of people were wondering if I should retire when I even started MMA, and I'm sure glad I didn't listen to everyone else, because I had a whole career in MMA that's, it's, I can't even explain how amazing it is, and how blessed I feel to have this journey. So I just got to, look in myself, and I know I'm still capable, and I know I still want to fight, and I know I'm still passionate, so I'm just going to keep going forward.
Yeah. Within this 6-fight deal, are you just gonna take it like fight by fight basis and see how you go, or are you like set out to make like another title run and become champion once again?
I take fight by fight, but with the title run being my goal. I feel going for the gold is always any fighter's. That should be 100% on every fighter's mind. I don't want to just be there to kind of participate and be, in the shadows of the big championship fights. I want to be the champion.
Yeah. And within this 6-fight deal, does that mean like in the boxing world you are retired? Like, have we seen the last of you in boxing?
I don't know.
Wait and see.
Yeah. Every year's a new year.
We have seen some UFC fighters like box, be allowed to box. Is that something you've even?
I guess you never know. I guess if that bridge comes, we can talk and see what happens. Just see. There have been times where the promotions have crossed, so I'm not going to say that it's impossible. But right now, my focus is on MMA. But that doesn't mean that there may not be, something else out there.
Yeah. So. By the way, Boxing Hall of Fame, that's pretty nice. Your reaction to being inducted into the Boxing Hall of Fame?
Just really humbled and honored to be able to be considered amongst the greatest of, all the male and female. It's not just like a female Boxing Hall of Fame. This is the Hall of Fame of boxing. And to be considered with the greats that you looked up to and that you admired, and these household names is, it's very surreal and really different too, because I'm still fighting. I don't really know a lot of fighters that are still fighting that have been inducted, but they're still fighting. So sometimes I always have to like make sure that my mindset's still on achieving, not like, oh, that was awesome, I achieved this. Like, I'm still trying to work for something new, something one more. But it also gives me motivation. I mean, now I'm still being able to fight in MMA. It'd be awesome if I could be in the Hall of Fame, on this sport too, and be the first to ever do that.
Yeah, for sure. And last question, we saw Amanda Nunes is still a champion, but a year ago, 2 years ago, she lost to Juliana Peña. A lot of people didn't see that coming. I was wondering, do you think that was just kind of like a fluke, a flash in the pan, or did you see something in that fight that makes you think, okay, maybe there's something new that's exposed or something?
There's very few fights that I think are flukes. Very few. There are some that it's like, man, I've even seen some heavyweights that are just, one gets knocked down, the other one gets knocked down, and then it could be, the next punch could be it, right? I think that it wasn't a fluke that Peña won. I think maybe Nunez didn't expect a few things that caught her off guard, and to me that's not a fluke. But I do think Amanda was the better fighter, and she came back, and if you watch her second performance, she actually changed game plan. She stood lefty, took away some of the things that was a threat from Peña. So to me, it wasn't a fluke, but Peña's a scrapper, and as much as she won with a submission, I mean, if anybody watched that fight, it started with jabs, and it had Nunez rocked. And that's just kind of a factual thing. I'm not favoring one or the other fighter at all. And I think the second fight, Nunez turning to a Southie took away some of those kind of the angles that Pena had. So I don't think it was a fluke that Pena won. I think that she won fair and square. I think she caught Nunez off guard. Nunez may have, who knows what's going on? We don't know what's going on inside or outside of the with any fight. So, but maybe Nunez was worried about Pena's scrambles, because that's what everybody worries about with Pena is her scrambles. She's scrappy, she'll get you in the clinch and she'll get tied up with you and you get in scrambles. And maybe she was focused on that, not expecting these jabs to come through and catch her off guard. So to me, I don't think it's a fluke, but I definitely think that maybe she caught Nunez off guard and Nunez adjusted, came back and did what she needed to do.
Thank you. Holly, kind of piggybacking on what was already said, you know, you're not necessarily thinking about retirement or anything, but is there anything you believe you have left to prove come Saturday night?
I feel like I want to prove that I'm still getting better and not on the decline, but I'm still on my way up. I think that's where I'm at, for not just for everybody else, for myself as well. You know, I've had a lot of humps in the road that easily could have set me back and just been like, it's easier to accept that and retire. So my goal is to come in and show that I'm still a threat, and that I'm still a threat, and that I'm still, you know, somebody to fear. And like I said, not just for everyone else, but for myself, I want to go in there and I want to show these girls that I'm still very capable and ready to rock and roll.
Thank you.
Hi, Holly. Texas is known for its interesting judging. Does knowing that push you to get the finish on Saturday?
I want to get a victory, whatever I have to do. I just want to do whatever I need to do, and I definitely want to make it clear, but I don't want to get so anxious that I run into something, you know, stupid. I want to stay focused, but I definitely want to make a point and make a statement.
And you know, a few weeks ago, was this fight, or before Sandhagen and Vera was announced, were you thinking that this fight was going to be the main event, or like was there any discussions of you headlining UFC San Antonio?
You know, when they first announced, you know, the fight with Yana and I, they didn't really say if it was, you know, who was the main event. And I thought it could be possible. You never know. And I kind of just keep training no matter what. I don't like to really take too much time off in between fights anyway. I figured 3 or 5 rounds. Her and I both have gone both. You know, she's gone 5 rounds plenty. I know that she's going to be ready regardless. So I figured whatever it is. And then when they announced who the main event was, I was like, oh, I'm excited to fight with those guys. That's going to be an entertaining fight.
Is there any sparring partners that you'd like to shout out from your last fight camp?
Gosh, you know, my whole girls team is really great. I work a lot with them on certain days, and my other days are, you know, I kind of mix it up with the guys as well. And some of the guys that have had their fights coming up that still come in to help drill with me and spar with me. Steve Garcia, he's got a fight coming up in April. Chris Brown, had a fight with PFL, but they pulled it. And just, gosh, I mean, I really could go through the whole team, and even drilling with Michelle Watterson. You know, she's got speed and movement. Not that she's one of my main sparring partners, but there's just our girls' team's actually they're really great, and the guys work with me really well too. You know, they don't take it too easy, but obviously they're not out there trying to hurt me either. So I'm really thankful for my whole team. Like I said, I could probably keep going through a whole list.
Awesome, thank you.
You kind of laid out an interesting dynamic of, you know, still, you know, obviously being inducted into the Hall of Fame, but still trying to get better, still working on things. Are there specific parts of your game that you see that you would want to improve on, that you see taking you to that next level?
I mean, I'm still trying to get a better jab, you know? It's like, doesn't matter how many years I've been doing it, I still feel like it could be better, it could be faster, it could be cleaner, it could be, you know, more utilized. So, I mean, I kind of take that with everything. I want to learn more, and I want to, you know, I want to keep speed, but I want to add power, and I want to, you know, add diversity to where I'm not always throwing the same combos or the same look. So I'm constantly trying to better myself all the time.
And then, obviously, Sandhagen and Vera, the co-main event. But, obviously, I think a lot of people are still coming out to see you and see you fight. What is that like, knowing that here in San Antonio we don't get a lot of UFC fights? Is there something you want to show on Saturday night?
I've had good fights in Texas so far. I haven't fought since in LFA, but I've got a couple knockouts here. So my plan is to get a good win again. I'm not saying I'm searching for a knockout because I want to be prepared for 3 rounds of war just in case. But I've always had a good homecoming here in Texas, and this is right across the border for me from New Mexico. So.
I was just about to ask anything to say to people from 505 maybe tuning in, watching.
Man, New Mexico is definitely hands down the best fans of any state around. We have fighters in our state that are just. Our state is a fighting state, absolutely, and our fans they're solid. They're good, loyal fans, and couldn't be here without them.
Andrea, it's been a while since we've last seen you fight. How are you feeling as you enter your first fight of 2023?
Feeling good, excited, and strong, ready.
Yeah. Did you wanted to take that much time off? Last time you fought was May of last year, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was wanting to fight probably December or January, but I actually kind of liked the time off that I had. It allowed me to prepare and just work on things and get better.
Yeah. And for this fight, I mean, Maycee Barber, she's 3-0, I believe, in the division right now. She's got a good run going on. Are you happy with the opponent that you got?
Oh, yeah, very happy. I like Maycee. I like her style. I think it's going to make for a really good fight. So it should be very exciting.
Yeah. What do you think a win would do here? Do you think it pushes you back into the top 10? Right now, you're at 11.
I don't know. I hope that it does, but if it doesn't, I would like, after I get my hand raised with this fight, I would like a top 10 opponent, to make sure that I can get back into the top 10.
Yeah, for sure. And you're a veteran. You've been around now for a good while, competing among the best. Is the belt still the goal? What do you sort of map out as far as the rest of your career?
Yeah, the belt is still the goal, and I love fighting. I enjoy it. I want to do it, and until I retire. But my main goal is to fight and get an opportunity to get that top shot.
Yeah.
And of course, I feel like that should be everyone's goal.
And Alexa Grasso won the title, defeated Valentina Shevchenko. Big surprise to a lot of people. Maycee came up here just a couple of an hour ago or so and said that it wasn't really a big shock for her. So wondering, what was your reaction to Grasso defeating Shevchenko?
Well, first of all, props to Alexa Grasso. I knew that if someone could get it done, I figured that Alexa would be able to. I know that her striking is really tight. She's technical. But I mean, I honestly believe that Valentina was still going to overall get that win, especially if it went the distance. So yeah, I was a little surprised, but at the same time, not so surprised.
Yeah. Do you think in an immediate rematch, that seems what's likely, or at least both parties have expressed interest in it? Do you feel like Shevchenko will get back her belt?
I think, I think that's definitely a big possibility. I feel like Valentina didn't look completely like herself in compared to a lot of the other fights that she's had. I feel like when they fight again, I do feel like Valentina will probably get her belt back.
Yeah. And speaking of Valentina, it seems, she lost the belt in this fight, and then in some previous fights, she's also had close bouts, especially with the Yana Santos one.
Yeah.
Something that, in other times we didn't really see, right? She was just kind of going through the division. Do you feel like she's slowing down, or do you feel like maybe the division's catching up to her, or maybe a mix of both?
I think the division's just catching up. I feel like, that as, time goes by, everybody gets better, and we figure things out. So I think that's all that it is, just everybody is getting better, and we're learning how to capitalize on things and, people's mistakes. Like Alexa, she was able to capitalize on a mistake. I feel like we're just getting overall better all around.
And do you like the chaos kind of going on at the top? Like, do you like that there was a change?
I do, yeah. I love fresh faces in the division. I love to see a new face, like with the title. I mean, it's good for the sport. I feel like everybody was probably getting a little bored. I feel bad for Valentina. I mean, I think that she had one more title defense, and she would have filled the entire slot with the rubies or something like that. Yeah, I felt bad for her there, but I'm proud of Alexa Grasso, and I'm glad to see the change in the division.
Thank you.
Over here. Where's your black cowboy hat?
I accidentally left it. Yeah, my brother's bringing it, but yeah.
Awesome. What's gonna be your walkout song come Saturday?
My walkout song is One Bad BTCH. I don't know if I can say that, but yeah, the song was written for me by my grandmaster Carol Baker, and he also sang it too. So it's kind of special to me.
Awesome. And what would a win on Saturday mean to you for your career and for your future in 2023?
well, I'll be starting the year off strong, you know, and getting a win over Maycee Barber is a big deal. I mean, she's a big face in the division, and she's a good fighter and well respected. So I think that, you know, getting this win over Maycee will help me tremendously.
And how's the vibe in San Antonio? Like, what's the atmosphere over here like fighting in Texas?
You know, so far, I mean, I like it. I got a nice little Airbnb. Everybody that I've met has been so nice. You know, I'm happy to be back in Texas fighting in front of my home state. You know, a lot of my friends and my family are coming to see me, so, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing their faces after the fight.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are we good? Thank you. Bye.
What's up, guys? I'm good.
Yeah.
Mike, good.
Yeah.
Fight week. Let's go.
We're back again. How much do you know about your opponent, Austin Lingo?
Man, I know he's tough, man. I watched his fights, and I studied a little bit. Switch up was 2 weeks ago, but I mean, I've been preparing for. This is my 20th pro fight. You know what I mean? 21st pro fight, really. So it's like I've seen a lot, done a lot. So he's orthodox. He's a banger. I'm a banger. He's tough. I'm tough. We're gonna see who's the real dog.
Yeah. At this point in your career, is it like, you know, that's all you need to know? He's an orthodox guy. He's either tough or he's not. I can get in there and fight him and find
Yeah, I
out.
mean, I've been doing it long enough that you'll figure it all out in the first little sequence, three sequences, first minute or so.
Yeah. Obviously, you had that bang with Onima. I think the fans now are expecting bangers from you every time. When you get out there and you hear the crowd, are you just going to start doing the thing where
Yeah,
you
I
stand?
know that's my whole mindset this camp. I gotta do better. I gotta one up it. I can't let the last one be the best one. Gotta one up it, baby.
Is there another world where you get the full mount and you just stand back up again?
Maybe my coaches. I don't think my coach is gonna take too kindly. They're like, dude, you got it. God, man, come on, man. We didn't coach you that. Yeah.
When you did that, was that just because basically was everything in your head just been like, F it, this will be fun? Or you just like, I was having too much fun?
Man,
up
I
there?
just love this, man. It's like I would have liked for another round, man. In that moment, man, it was just like the fan. It was just you can't recreate that, man.
Yeah. But you're going to try on Saturday?
I'm going to try to pitch a shutout, man. I'm going to try to go out there and just dominate him, get a finish. I want to finish this guy. I should have finished Onama. I just was having too much fun, but I should have got to finish. I need a finish. I need to rack up finishes in the UFC.
Yeah. I was just curious, champion of the division, he went up and fought Islam Makhachev. Did you see that fight, and how did you rate his performance?
That was great, man. He's the best right now, so we'll see how the division plays out in the future. I mean, there's a bunch of big fights happening in the top 15. I'm pretty mad. I was supposed to leave Saturday top 15, and that's driving me. I'm going to get this finished, going to carry on, and we're going to make a run.
We've had a couple of guys up here today talk about the rankings and how they're kind of like, you know what, if you're ranked 10 in the rankings, you could still get a title shot. The rankings are kind of just there for whatever reason, but actually the UFC does what they want to do. Do you feel the same way?
I think it depends on the division. I think featherweight, I think lightweight, it's all pretty packed, so it'll be hard. But I mean, you do what you do. Somebody gets hurt. Somebody can't fight. I mean, you gotta be ready at all times.
Nate, you have probably one of the greatest quotes in UFC history, which is, "If I don't lose, I'm probably gonna win." Is that the strategy still?
Oh man, that's with anything. If I don't lose, I'm definitely winning. That's my whole thing. I just don't feel like anybody can outwant me and anybody can outfight me. They can only match that. I don't feel like there's a man allowed to keep that pace. And if I don't get finished, and if I just don't feel like I'm losing the decision.
Yeah, and you're obviously turning into a fan favorite both in and out of the cage. But do you have aspirations to be more than that? Just a guy that like is a bonus fighter that can, win, performance of the night, fight of the night. Like, do you want to fight for the belt? Do you want to get to the top of the division?
I want everything this life has to offer. Point blank. That's it.
And you were originally supposed to fight Alex Caceres. Now you're fighting Austin Lingo, obviously short notice opponent. Do you like the fight better stylistically than Caceres?
I mean, I like every fight. That other fight was going to be a good fight. This would be a good fight. I mean, he's tough. Lingo's a tough dude. He got good boxing, got a good left hook. We're going to see real quick who's who and what's what real quick.
Yeah. And fighting in front of a crowd here in San Antonio, does that excite you?
You can say that. I love the fans, man. The fans love me, and there's going to be some hooting and hollering for sure. It's going to be a nature train performance out there.
Yeah. And sometime this summer, we're probably expecting the unification bout between Jair Rodriguez and Alexander Volkanovski. Just curious to see if you have a pick on that one.
Yeah, I think Volk's going to keep that.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
All right, appreciate it.
Hey, Nate, over here. I know you got the big fight this weekend, but there's also someone else fighting from Tennessee this weekend. I know Jenny Savage has a fight this weekend. I was just curious if you guys are friends, if you have.
Oh, yeah, man. She's from Clarksville, man. That's a big support. I hope she gets that world title, man. I feel like she's going to get the job done. Jenny Savage.
That's awesome, man. That's
yeah, for
my
sure.
question.
Yeah. It's a big weekend for my team. It's a big weekend for Clarksville. It's a good week for fights.
And by the way, I know you train out of Miami out in the MMA Masters, great team. UFC has an event in Miami in a few weeks. If you were to fight, get the victory and no injuries, would you like a quick turnaround and fight in Miami?
Hell no, I'm not turning around. That's quick, boy. I need at least a month.
Thank you.
I need to go drink some beer or something like that. I need to see my wife. I ain't seen my wife in 10 weeks.
Baby.
What's up, man?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. What do you make of Manel Kape as an opponent? What's his strengths compared to yours, and how do you see the fight playing out with each other?
I mean, I feel like it's a pretty even fight. If anything, he has advantage on the, I would say, striking, maybe power. He has more knockouts, obviously. I think my wrestling is better than his. I feel like it's a fun fight for the division, a fun fight for me and for the fans. You know, obviously, some people may not know him, but I've known him for a long time, watched him in other organizations, so I'm excited for the challenge.
He came out here today and said that his weight's on point, he's feeling really good, but do you watch Friday morning and sort of think, well, he might make weight, but I'm curious how he looks on those scales?
Nah, I'm not too worried about it. You know, I've been in both sides. You know, someone miss weight on me, I miss weight on people, and sometimes you just can't control things. So if he makes weight, great. If he doesn't, great. We're gonna still have a fight.
What sort of style do you think you're expecting from him? Do you think he's going to come out aggressively, or do you think he's going to worry about the wrestling and kind of try and predict a takedown?
Obviously, after watching my last fight, I'm probably think he's gonna come out, try to blitz me. I can honestly say Pantoja was the first guy that's actually ran through me like that. You know, Davison fight, I mean, was too early to say who was winning that fight. You know what I mean? He threw a guillotine, got me, and then Benavidez' fight was back and forth till we collided heads. So if I'm looking at it as if someone gonna get ready to fight me, I would say he's gonna come out and blitz me.
So do you already have a counter plan in mind if that starts to happen?
Just stay calm and do my thing. You know, you can practice all that stuff, but once you're in there, it takes over.
Yeah. We've only seen you fight once since you fought for the title in 2020. Can you explain what sort of these last 2.5, 3 years have been like? Why haven't we seen you as active?
Injuries, and then obviously the whole COVID thing. You know, I believe I was scheduled to fight with Chanel 3 or 4 times, and 2-3 weeks before the fight, something happened, whether he got COVID, I got COVID one time, you know, things like that. It was just kind of nonstop for me, you know. I just kind of have to go with it. I would love to be more active, you know, and then obviously injuries, because during the time I was still helping my teammates train and stuff like that. I would still get banged up, so just a little bit of everything, you know. Life kind of came to, you know, my son was born and stuff like that, so I wanted to take some time off and, you know, spend some time with him. So, yeah, I mean, I'm excited to be back.
Yeah. Are you looking to be more active moving forward?
Oh, yeah, you know, my first year in Zuffa, I think I fought 5 times. You know, in the regional scene, I was fighting 5-6 times a year. You know, I would like to fight 3-4 times a year if I'm allowed to.
I'm sure the belt is obviously still the goal, so it's on many fighters' eyes. How fast do you want to get there? Do you want to get fast track and get in as many fights? Do you want to take your time?
To me, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna do my part. You know, that's the matchmaker's decision. I'm just gonna do my part, go out there, keep winning fights, and go from there.
Yeah, and we saw earlier this year the first quadrilogy, right? I believe that's how you say it. Close out. And that was obviously in the flyweight division, Davison Figueiredo and Brandon Moreno. Just your overall thoughts on the rivalry and what'd you make of it?
I think it was a good rivalry, you know. To me, it really didn't matter what really happened because I wasn't in the title picture. So for me, it was kind of great because then I got to, like I said, I got to fight Pantoja. You know, I had other opportunities to fight Kai and stuff like that just because the division was being held up. And obviously, my name wasn't in the title picture, so I wasn't too really worried about it. I'm glad it's over. Glad to get new challengers for that title, and hopefully I'm there soon.
Yeah. Are you almost glad that you weren't in that title picture at the time? Because, you know, you could have been like Pantoja or maybe somebody else that had to wait, had to take other fights.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like I said, you know, my last fight against Pantoja, you know what I mean? If I would have won that fight, I could have been right there, you know, fighting for the title next. Like, to take a fight, for Pantoja to take a fight was, I mean, it's 50-50. You don't know what's going to happen in the fight. You know, he came out on top. He won, which was great for him, you know, but it's a risk you take. And like I said, I would have sucked to be in that position. Obviously, you can't sit out forever either. It's not like, you know, I'm not too sure other people's situations, but most people don't work a full-time job. You know, they usually do it part-time, do private lessons, stuff like that. So, you know what I mean? That was a good thing about being in my shoes.
Thank you.